But yes, hello everybody. We're back with more Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. We made pretty good headway last time. We got through a lot of preamble, but also a lot of good setup for mystery stuff. You know, a lot of cool shit already happening. We may have witnessed somebody die and come back to life. We'll probably elaborate on that shortly. But before we get into that, I did a lot off stream. Namely, I got a big diving score and I was able to get so many birds. I was able to get almost half of the birds. Look at these guys. We got the Gullfather, Albatross Boss. We got Booby Bravo. Fucking Golden Roses. And most importantly, after I got enough of those guys, I unlocked this little tab over here. That shows their relationship chart. It plays their theme song on this screen the entire time, and every one of them you click on, it has lore for them. I think this could be Game of the Year. Maybe I'll look at all of these once we actually like fill out the chart, because I do plan to this time. But either way, oh my god. I need to get out of here before that song makes me fucking lose it. Aside from like a throwaway achievement, I think those are I think much like the first game, those are just there for the hell of it. They threw in a collectible just because they felt like it, and it just happened to be these birds. Which is really good. Really good bit. Anyway, back to what was it? The mystery? Something was happening with the mystery? Oh yeah. Shoto Shiranami was mysteriously cut down, yet moments later she resurrected before her friend's very eyes. As confusion engulfs the island, Yuza and Azami head out to meet Yuza's grandmother, Suyu, at the appointed time and place. You know, I really should have noticed. I really should have noted earlier than it happened with Sato, because because the Mermaid legend that they ended up directing me to, the mermaid is called Osato, and I was like, well, damn, now I just feel dumb. I didn't make that connection before. That's great. That's awesome. Love that. Several hours later, here we are. The seaside at nighttime. Look at it. Effervescent. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. Nearly time to meet up with Suyu, yeah? Let's head that way. Right. Alright, let's head to the bay where people are gay. At the end of the day, the whole island was in an uproar after that. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened. Yeah, apparently she shut herself up in her room at the Wakamuras and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that, though? And how'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss, saying that Sato isn't human, that she's something evil that should be chased off this island. But everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamura stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island's probably heard about it by now, though. It'd be all anyone can talk about for a while yet. Did you go back home afterwards, Yuza? No, I stayed out to do some digging. Gran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried. Yeah. I think our promise to meet with her at the bay's still on. Let's go and see. Oh, good. She's here. Gran, is your leg okay? Are you okay? Your back's facing us. That's usually a bad sign with things like this. Gran, it's me. Oh no, she looks fine.
Oh, you two came after all. The waves were so loud I couldn't hear you for a second.
What are you doing over there, Gran? This is where it's hidden. Hidden? What is? What Mare, your mother, left us. My mom? Yes, so Yuza. Have you heard of an island called Taishima? Taishima? Not Graham Cam! What the fuck? No! Gran? Gran! Suyu, what's wrong? She's hurt bad. We have to stop the bleeding. Ah! What are you two doing over there? Island name is cursed. Seems like it. Kikiko! This isn't what. She just suddenly. Is that Suyu? No, you couldn't have. Ah! Wait! Shit! She's totally got the wrong idea! It's too late. Gran, she's got no pulse. No! Fuck! The wound's too deep. It almost cut her clean in half. She never stood a chance. I'll go get someone. You stay here with Suyu, Yuza. No, it's alright. I'll come with you. But what if somebody snatches the body for some reason or another that I won't be able to know about until later in the game? Help! Someone get the clinic doctor! Ah! This is Old Lady Nakamura? What the hell's happening? I hear screaming from down there too. Come on, let's go! Somebody's just out here killing people. You too? No! No way! Even Chi? Someone help! 2 more people collapsed over there! What's happening? Help me! I don't want to die! Damn it, there are too many victims. We aren't going to have enough people to help at this rate. There are more over here too. Oh, what the hell is happening? Is that Kikiko? It got her too? Someone tell me what's going on. What's with these gashes appearing out of nowhere? This isn't right. There's no way this is normal. Is it a virus? Or was there really a curse? I don't think a virus could nearly cleave somebody straight in half, Shotaro boy. Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. The strange calamity that had suddenly descended on Kameshima plunged the island into a panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. At least the ones they showed on screen, they were all women, yes, but you know, they're saying it's continuing, so maybe it'll be, I don't know. We'll have to wait for further details. The survivors were seized with fear. Some ran to escape, some simply broke down, some flew into a wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. And a short while later... At least we were able to meet up with Tsukasa. I was 5 minutes late. What's up with all the bodies? That sword curse. Somebody's using it, I guess, and slashing up a whole bunch of ladies and possibly men. We don't know. They only showed ladies. At least we were able to meet up with Tsukasa. But what the hell's going on? The whole island's in an uproar. Everyone's so panicked, we couldn't find anyone who could talk straight. Who could blame them? No one knows who will be affected next. It's probably best to hide here until things settle down. You okay, Tsukasa? No, I have no idea whether my ma's safe or not. I wasn't able to find Sato either. I'm so worried about her. Old man Wakamura said he'd handle things, so I hope she managed to make it back home at least. Hey, do you think Sato's wound healing up like that has anything to do with what just happened? We held off on prying into Sato's past up until now. But maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think of it, didn't this whole Curse of the Raging Waves mess start when Sato came to Kameshima? Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault. She's just a normal girl. Normal... I mean, we saw the gash, like, heal up. Jury's still out on whether or not she's a mermaid. I won't let anyone say anything bad about her. Not even you, Azami. Sorry, Tsukasa. I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight. I mean, I never thought something like this was really possible either. Huh? Something like what? Do you have some idea what could have caused that? Well, a little while ago when we were at Old Man Wakamura's place, some guy phoned and threatened to kill all the women on Kamishima with a curse. Oh, okay, so that is what's going on. Gotcha. Another curse? Who was it? What did they want? I don't really know. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy. What the hell? All those people had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Well, Man Wakamura said he'd do something to stop the Raging Waves curse, but things just got worse instead. Azami, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me. You're right. Sorry, Tsukasa. I guess I got a bit heated. Even so, that means those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse, right? So they're the one responsible for all this. Right. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, someone made it happen. About that, something's been bugging me about this whole thing. What do you mean? It didn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random, somehow. They're all women for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together. That's our Tsukasa, sharp as ever. So, what were you thinking? Could they have been targeted because they were Ama divers? Now that you mention it, weren't all the victims we saw on the way here Ama divers? Though I guess most of the women on Kamishima have at least some Ama diving experience. But they went after Sato first, right? That wouldn't fit. Oh, you're right. Sato isn't an Ama diver. I was pretty worried Yuza and I might be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now. We still don't know what the conditions are, though. None of us are out of the woods yet. Wait, the victims were only women? Could the killer have been using this to find their target? Could the killer have been using this to find their targets? That would mean the culprit is... What's up, Yuza? You figure something out? Huh? Did we figure something out? Not anymore. Nuh-uh, not anymore. What? Yuza! Your head, it's... No! Trans Yuza. I've been thinking about that, like, since the beginning of the game, honestly, when they said that it was a mostly female thing. Anyway, hey, you. Hi. What's up? Hi. Well done in your efforts thus far. I regret to say that it seems the mysterious attack that befell Kamishima has resulted in Yuna Minakuchi quite literally losing his head. There's nothing more we can do here, so let us bring this chapter to a close. For now, we will return to the story chart, where you may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. Damn. Okay, we got a couple options here. This has been staring me in the face for like an hour and a half of gameplay time, though, so I do kind of want to start with this. Ooh. But either way, sheesh, yeah. We did get to the main protagonist getting killed. It just took us a little longer. Maybe because the game is, you know, a bit more of a slow burn. Maybe because I was reading every single document that I was given this time. Who knows? Who can say? Anyway, Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Issei Bay with his relative, Cersei Lunarlight, as his guide. Let's see what they were up to. I mean, aside from what they said in the thingy. You know what I mean. I'm just saying shit. A real main character, unlike that loser from before. Yeah, like, unlike Shogo, they actually, like, They spent a lot more time, like, fleshing out, Musa here. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay.
Nice.
Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawage town.
Which means this is the Sea of Issei, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing.
Indeed it is. Come, Cersei. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay.
How amazing. I just can't stop saying it.
Without further ado, my name is Art of Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi.
Who are you talking to? Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo?
That's what I'm saying. Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know?
Sure.
It's also really funny that he does that because they logged that until just now, so you would have to know his name at this point. Whatever. He's just a freak. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale.
Sure, I've got you covered.
Hold on, I gotta look for birds.
Well, this area is now called Nakabeppo. Long ago, it was a region of Issei Province known as Betsuho. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids.
They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish. And they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi?
Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting.
Yep. The old name for the area, now known as Nakabeppo, said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori. This place has a deep connection to the Issei Heiki. It is also said to be a location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira during the Heian period. That's basically what we just heard.
The endless expanse of the Issei Sea. The eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Issei Province is the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world.
The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Per snaps. No birds. It's a very barren place. I don't know what I was expecting. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the 3rd daughter of the Lunar Light family. Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Cersei has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely, simply because of her interest in the area, Cersei has come to Japan to study abroad. On hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Issei Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales, and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Oh, okay. There is actually a bit more here that's new, I think. I don't know if we knew about her spiritual abilities, her ability to call on guardian spirits and evoke their powers to exorcise spirits. And negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written into it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Cersei who cast the spell. Dowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's power. Though she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, during her time in Japan, Cersei has been spending more time traveling around the country, sightseeing, than working through her training curriculum. Supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Cersei is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo, and keeps it with her at all times. We love a Mio shout out. That's our girl. Hell yeah. As far as this girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me.
Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something about it you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise Province, and you absolutely have to mention the Heike.
I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Genpei War, correct?
That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing.
The Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall.
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Ubushina.
Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. There we go. Okay, that's a... I can tell just by glancing at it. That's basically just everything we heard. We're good.
This is the metropolitan center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets?
At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. Didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them in the boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
Oh! Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them.
Ugh, what a waste!
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty, is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
That's all I could find in existing records.
And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. But it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them.
Potential cannibalism. Anywhere from 10% to half cannibalism. Now there's a hypothesis I can get behind.
I put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so please feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
You have my heartfelt gratitude. Yeah, the man responsible for standing of the Taira clan, notable for being the first samurai into the court. Taira clan went on to extend its influence across the various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. Significant influence was later inherited by his son. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukamaru, Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan, originally named Kogarashi, is said to have become known as Nukamaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukamaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath. It reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukamaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori. A lot of Moris.
But after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures were caught in the local fisherman's net, dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids. The fisherman put 2 of them in a box that washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. Tadamori was unnerved and refused to accept them. The remaining were cut up and eaten by the fisherman, who found them to be delicious. Oh, there's one more thing I should warn you about, though. Oh? This group sometimes gets referred to as Ise Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as Haiki.
Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Haiki. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Haiki most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Either way works for me, so do as you like.
The Tale of Haiki also used Haiki.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness.
Anyway, after a number of events, the Haiki would go on to lose the Battle of Danonora and be completely eradicated.
Ah, I believe I know this one. Dan-no-ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. Do you also see the wall scroll that suddenly appeared behind us, Arnav?
Aye. It pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity.
That's why the Haiki's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, now we reach your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Haiki clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges?
Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear.
Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Haiki.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all. His shoulders are so broad.
Let's get to it.
Alright.
Let's get moving.
Whoop. Let's go to Ano Town. Well, it seems that we've arrived. Where are we now, Cersei?
It's an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yaobikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was that so you could teach me about things like this.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations.
Whip.
Alright, here's a little thing for Ano Town. Whip. Another topic. No, let's hear first.
Legend of Yaobikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering, and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life.
Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
We know. We've read about Yabikuni a couple of times.
The legend of Yabikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country. Or at least, that's what certain research has indicated.
Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yabikunis out there?
Obviously, not all of the legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun.
Exactly. And that's how she got into the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training.
And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
Oh, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yabikuni have been passed down in every corner of the country, all refer to the exact same individual.
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing of the theory that there were 121 people. I also think the Yabikuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend.
I wonder. Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all died around the same time? Seems pretty unlikely.
And you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat?
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than a nun. For all we know, she said, "I'ma be none of that," and became an avatar. We gotta kill this guy.
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
Now wait just a minute. I won't just stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then. But still,
if one were able to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today.
True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
I just realized I forgot to look for birds. Give me a sec.
The fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside really is charming.
Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, alright.
It's fascinating to think of such a peaceful place to be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement.
I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Whoops, I didn't realize it would be the same. I thought usually you click for 2. What's down there? Some sort of shrine?
This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michisane. We should go pay our respects before we leave.
Okay. I didn't look down to the... Okay, now we're good. Can Kusawa's legend of Yabakuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Who knows? Issei Province isn't that far from Wakasa Province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow.
Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly. But then again...
And again?
The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude.
Indeed it does.
I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. And something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yabakuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but it does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action.
Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yabakuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
But then, did we come all this way for nothing?
Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard the tale of Genji and the tale of Heiki. Is it anything like those?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. I'm glad the Locusts finally decided to shut the hell up. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no?
The Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories, check.
One more thing. The title might be The Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that passage 69, nice, is set in Issei Province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I can read this later, maybe. And by that I mean I'll probably end up forgetting, but it's fine.
There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Issei. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth.
Sure.
Alright, let's move on. They're both such dorks. They're wonderful. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
This is Futamigara, the coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Issei City.
Ah, then we've finally penetrated the outskirts of Issei City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Issei City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Issei Province. Not bad, eh?
Well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces. Issei, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Ah, is that so?
But that doesn't change the fact that Issei City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Very interesting. But the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. There was a bird here in a different route. I kind of doubt they would put a bird in the same place twice, but you never know. Seems to be like we're in the clear.
Utamigawa's sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Issei Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. Strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite the striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Issei Bay.
It makes one to get out on the very edge to take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
Let's talk about the mermaids. Does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kengenki was written by people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Issei Province, on April 3rd, during the 2nd year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357.
So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Issei Province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity.
Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, it's another account relaying mermaids to Yaobikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at the time.
Indeed. And now we even have a name. So what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records? These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off.
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places are often referred to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids the people didn't want to capture? And they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat?
Maybe mermaid meat was just really tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature.
So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there.
This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it, anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets, and appeared to be more like fish mermaids.
It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. And that in turn would suggest... My word! Would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed. speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? But our conversation was just getting good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Somen Shorai talismans.
Somen Shorai?
Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in the Ise Tobashima region, they are traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later.
Variety of forms ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus or reeds of Ashimanawa. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Isashima place Somen Shorai talismans at the entrances to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or Shimanawa, though most families in Japan only put them up during the New Year. In Isashima, they are kept up the whole year round. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotsun Shorai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somen Shorai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somen Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shorai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illness. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. What is it? What is it? Now you're making me antsy! There's someone around? No. Come on now, Cersei! You realized something about these Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share!
No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the eternal world.
Is it? What does that mean?
You'd already know this from the files, but regarding the Somen Shorai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozu Tenno, who is courting the princess of Ryugu.
Ryugu, you say?
That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that places it very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja Temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend The Tales of Heiki.
So it is. What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? It sounds so cool that I even memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine. So what you're saying is, Isashima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heiki. And that is exactly why the Somen Shorai tradition is so well established here.
Now that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
She certainly is mysterious, huh?
Reminds me about Fudamigara.
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun's already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain.
You're right. Just look at all those stars.
What if they spawned one in at night? The assholes. Doesn't seem like it. Look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold! Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Cersei?
Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent! Do tell!
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? I presume it is made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila.
I know these ones because I played Bravely Second.
The trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find the red star low in the sky and point to it.
There's a summer triangle, yep. Okay, red star low in the sky. Wait, I do believe I found it! That star just there with the reddish tip, that must be Antares, yes?
Correct, that is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
Ha ha! I found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite a celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you're supposed to be looking for a star in the summer triangle. So, please try again.
Gee gods, that's right!
Why not try looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the sky's zenith. Give it a shot.
So much childlike whimsy, yeah.
Doink!
There! That must be it!
Bingo! That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is known as the Orihime star, and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival.
That must be Hikoboshi. We'll be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the summer triangle is in the same area. So see if you can find it.
Oh. Eureka! I've spotted it!
Ooh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah. Nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another in the summer triangle to find. Might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. My eye is as discerning as I believe it to be. That's the one!
Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way star.
Ah, it does appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars in the summer triangle. How do you like that?
Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
Alright then, tell me. What is another name for the star Hikoboshi?
That was the second one we got, so I think that's Altair.
That's right. Well done, Professor.
Whew! I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamigara. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Cersei?
What? I haven't even visited Issei's shrine yet. If you've asked me, we barely scratched the surface.
Ah, you got a point there. Well, it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
Alright.
The next day. Woo! Wow, talk about a gorgeous view.
It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Osama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other.
That's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it is famous for having the highest population of ama divers in Japan.
Is that so? Ha! I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. Okie dokie. That's probably just refresher. We don't need that. It's fine. Ooh.
Apparently, Mount Osama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands.
Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is, this place takes my breath away.
First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates.
Pirates, eh?
Yes, they put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle.
So that's what the Navy was like back then, hmm? A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need.
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima Province. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him, I've heard of. He was the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, no?
True, but that's a title he gave himself.
Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination.
That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seemed he was always butting heads with his relatives.
Oh?
For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima Province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline.
Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character.
That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan.
Oh? Do tell.
It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune.
I dare say I know where this is going. Wherever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home.
I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for daughters of powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born into this land again! Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt like she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story, then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Fair enough. I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the very end.
Oh, if you're right. That would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became the head of the Kuki clan in 1560. But he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief that was that he was about 8 years old.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes?
Even if we suppose the Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
An agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere.
True. And the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
Well said.
A certain occult researcher taught me that one.
You don't say.
Boink. Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died, or was assassinated, exactly 400 years ago.
Is that significant?
It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
There's a chance something happens after 400 years.
Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here.
It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time.
Amadivers have a long history in the Tobishima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamatohime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki, that's considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobishima region.
Is that so? She must have been truly legendary.
Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Menyoshu that depict the Amadiving in Shima province. Amadivers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
There's another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You can even argue that the Amadiver culture is so deeply rooted. This place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
Ah yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of Issei Bay were simply Amadivers.
It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
Perhaps. But I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it.
Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadivers of the Tobishima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
The Tomokazuki?
Believe that an Amadiver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Ah, Cersei, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere!
That's why the Amadivers of this area wear the Simon and Domon symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting.
On another note, the Amadivers of the Tobishima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also save people from drowning and fetch objects that had sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji era.
Well, well. Sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after the Heiki were defeated at Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves.
Oh, we're back to the Heiki already? I wasn't aware there was a connection.
Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 armor divers.
Ha! So our lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh?
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heiki.
Cersei, please, you're gonna give me nightmares.
At least, that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled, "In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heiki in the depths of the water."
Such a deep connection. To think the Heiki were even once depicted with armor divers. They truly are a symbol of the Isashima region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that armor divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobishima region, armor divers are always going to be key players.
True. If you ask me, it should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Wait. He's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. Though I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink all night. Blech. Anything else to look at? Ah, the cityscape, that would do it.
Over there you can see a city of Toba spread out along the coast. By the way, they tend to call this the Isashima region. Most of the time that term includes Toba as well. Something to keep in mind.
When I hear Isashima, I should also think Toba, eh? Good to know. Yeah, keep that file. Whoop. Perhaps I need to think. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. He still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and an appetite for chasing his dreams. This also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations. And he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He's interested in seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple. A fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by the pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. I see. Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh, what would that be? Personally, now we visited Issei Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Oh, when here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Don't look directly at me, buddy. Don't stare directly at me. It's fine when she does it, but I don't know. When I have two people ganging up on me, staring daggers at me, it's kind of overwhelming. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, we got a part 1 on this bitch. That's crazy. Yeah, I can keep rocking with this for a little while. I would like to go over to Sato in a moment, but like, we can go a little longer with these two. We haven't done much with them yet. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, Avi and Cersei have a meeting to plan for their true objective, the treasure hunt. Now then, I believe it is time we discuss our strategy.
Sure? What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious, and we must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward.
Map looks quite old.
Exactly. It is also the precise reason I have come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain. You know, I saw this symbol while I was diving off stream, and I was like, huh. Didn't seem to do anything when I got near it, so maybe I guess that'll come into play later. Hold on, actually, are there any birds in this guest room? No, but there are flowers. Okay. Found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. Okay. Find out what was up with those evil chains. Yeah, like, no, I got my strength up high enough to be able to break the chains and like, see the symbol, but, like, nothing happened. So I assume it's just, like, one of those things I'll have to come back to later. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunar Light family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so. I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this.
I see. A mermaid mummy.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe.
Huh.
This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed down from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside.
Truly? You found the map inside a mummy?
Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
That's an incredible discovery.
It is simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to a most thrilling discovery.
So then why'd you call this a mermaid treasure map?
Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a sort of treasure map of sorts, no?
I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay.
What a shame there is no X to mark the spot.
Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Cersei?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. You know what it says?
Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says search the 95th.
Search the 95th?
That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort. Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Oh, wait. I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly? But why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
Not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
Okay. Pick it up.
Oh?
Did you notice something?
Looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. Whip.
Take a close look at all those spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains.
You really think that's all they are? Something about those spots feels familiar.
Dude, the Eureka button. Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front?
Ah, you make a fair point. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. To think on this a bit more.
Did you? Where's the treasure?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me double check that. Yeah. Cersei, do you recognize the symbol on the lower right?
It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character quite like this one.
It may be a mark unique to a cartographer. Like a signature. If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation.
I agree, though my opinion will change should we come across the symbol elsewhere.
Phrase "search the 95th" is written on the map around the location of Ise province. The environment's condition is quite old.
If I were to guess, I would say it is over 100 years old, perhaps even more than 200. I wonder how old it really is.
I have a hunch about something. I need to check something if I can find it. Yeah, the tails. Yeah, that spans 125, so is one of these a 95? They said search the 95th, so like... Yeah. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the Imperial Court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. The two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater than Hikaboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. Oh yeah, Hikaboshi was the name of one of the stars as well. Yeah, so let me look at those dots again. Yeah. They're in a triangle, so it's got to be it's got to be one of those. It was the bottom one, I think, right? Yeah. So I just gotta hold on. That would mean right here towards the like around there. Then I need to point to the front. I meant to do that. Sorry.
Did you? Where's the treasure?
Around here? I have no doubts it is here. Behold!
Huh? Why there?
It felt right.
Hope you don't mind my asking. Would you care to show a more definite location?
Oh, dang it! No, I didn't mean the yeah. It'd be like thereabouts, which would be, I guess, closer to there? Closer to the symbol. It's kind of hard to get, like, very specific with it. Get very specific with it, unless I'm just completely wrong, but, you know. Find a way to assign some. I did look at it, and I think I have it, but it's just hard to point it. Unless I'm wrong. Which has never happened, ever. I'm on fire now! No more mistakes from me! You figured it out? I guess maybe, like... Did I click it closer to here, maybe? No, I did. And it was wrong. Gotcha. But that's gotta be it! Right? It just makes sense! But if it's not right, then I guess it's not right. But I don't really know what else to do in order to progress further, so it's just the whole damn thing. And I'm just sort of at a loss now. It's unfortunate. It's truly unfortunate that this may be where this may be where our journey ends. Maybe I got the names wrong. I'll check the star. I'll check the triangle stars again. It's probably gonna be something else. I'm getting too hung up on something that may or may not be right. I need to find it somewhere. Where's triangle? Where's the summer triangle? Yeah, no. It was the bottom one. It's the bottom one. Like, it's in the exact same shape. It's gotta be that. But, like, okay. It's here, right? Okay. It's right there about, let's say I'm gonna put my fingers up to the screen. Measure that. Flip it over. Okay. Right in the middle of the, right here. Right here. It's gotta be right here. I guess I'm just stupid. Because, like, it's close to the right, but it would be If this is, like, super particular, that's going to be annoying as hell. I am going to say. Farther out island? Maybe. Hopefully. Not that one. 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 Center of the islands. They very clearly... Okay, the legend that they told me to search the 95th, right? They told me to search the 95th. Episode 95 is Hikaboshi, which is Altair. So I'm here. It's got to be the one at the bottom. And the other thing is that the other two are just not named in that legend at all, which is the big thing. Which, if they were, maybe I'd be inclined to try something else here. But I am like, yeah, I'm like right there. Is the thing. This is what sucks. This is what truly sucks about playing this game so close to release, is the fact that there's probably not a good guide for this either. So I'm just stuck bashing my head into a bloody pulp until I figure it out. She did mean shine a light literally. Oh, did I get ahead of myself again? Hold on. Ah, I could have just done this. Yeah. Shit. I thought they wanted me guesstimating, but I guess it would have been easier to just do it like this.
Oh? And what makes you say so?
Why, it is simple. The very spot marks the answer to our riddle. It was Hikaboshi, right? Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle refers to the 95th in the Tales of Issei. The title of that is none other than Hikaboshi. Next, note how the Summer Triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikaboshi, or Altair, corresponds to this very spot on the map.
Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi.
Nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. Thank you, game, but I don't feel very good about that. I missed a crucial step, as always. Figured out where the treasure lies. I'm quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other materials first.
We may know where to look, but it's far too large an area to just start searching. Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier?
It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady then? Oh, it's you. You've been following us for quite some time.
Huh? He has? For how long?
Since the Issei Grand Shrine, I believe.
Truly? Maybe you can try and keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei. It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Issei Bay searching for mermaids. You overheard everything? How embarrassing.
Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment.
But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Issei City. My name is Kipe Ukoma. Hey. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see. It's all a planning, eh? It says here you're the CEO? We found him, I guess. I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you ever have any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you wanted to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. What a guy. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time.
Haha! Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. 4 drama queen is your point of views. It makes it more fun. Wow. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tours and promotion. An ambitious young man, Kipe is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipe moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye to making his fortune. His aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years building up his experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kipe an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kipe is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. I was gonna say, he doesn't look 26. As somebody who is 2 months out from being 26. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. This young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. I just think something's off. Also fair. Also kinda true. Like, I felt something was off as soon as the name came up. But I'm just going with the vibes for now. What do you think, Cersei?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists.
Quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? Alright. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Isashima region. I was thinking of using Mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. Mermaids, huh? I'm sure you already are quite aware of the mermaid legends of Issei Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see. So that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Isashima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True. There's also the famous legend that mermaids' tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Does this project mean you are as knowledgeable about mermaids in Issei then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. He has a very punchable face. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Teishima by some.
That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids?
Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such.
I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period.
Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale.
However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame! Regardless, it is said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. The mermaids were named too, huh? Definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha! So it's one of those descendants you heard the story from. That's right. They live a modest, private life these days.
When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility.
I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of the descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort, frankly. Even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. Concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human, and now lives among us. No kidding!
She became human?
It does ring a bell, though. Why, that's exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery!
You say this was only a few decades ago? That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid can even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story's true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Issei Bay's mermaids, Avi? No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore. That's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I know those. I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. He hates us. I believe these oversized suits known as soft suits are currently quite popular in Japan. If she was trying to be taken seriously as a CEO, he is certainly putting a lot of effort into his appearance. I did note his hands were considerably smaller than his arms, so I was like, big suit? That would track. Gusts of wind graze this lovely observation deck. Amazing! A brand new mermaid legend!
The real question is why?
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on, despite their veracity being left entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course. Thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone, should you be looking to interview Alma divers. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating. Alright. Some notes I've taken. The information in them is not substantive and likely of no use. Man, that's a lot to throw under the bus immediately. What else have we even got in here? My briefcase? My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades. Light is passing through the windows. It's hot outside, so I'll leave them closed. Dried flowers. It's supposed to be the embodiment of the Japanese concept wabi wabi, or however you say it. Wet. Well, what else we got? Nothing. This is a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing, too.
Ah, kame means turtle, doesn't it? The Murakumote is a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel, thanks to the attentive staff. I can barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. Not felt so full in a while. It may resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think this is actually a towel rack.
You're close. It's a small clothes rack.
Ah, I see, so that's what it is.
Yes, normally it's used to hang kimonos, but this one's quite small, so I suppose it'd work well for towels and other small garments.
Quite knowledgeable. A porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one could smoke without any worries. Thanks, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with. I worried yesterday that Cersei might struggle to sleep on a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. I should probably think. We'll definitely we did solve the map's riddle, buddy. We're good. What else is there? A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room.
This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely.
Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it, and it'll kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than the combustible type, so they've gotten quite popular. Well, I'm not quite sure what they want from me. There is a grayed out thing in her dialogue box, but no matter what I press on, and no matter how many times I think, I can't seem to go any further.
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
I forgot to double-click the poster. That would do it. Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster?
The poster, I believe. You mind if I take a closer look? My hunch was right. There's a presence here.
No way. Come on, don't scare me like that! Ready?
Yes. Please proceed.
Sure, because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen.
Quit stalling.
Dude! Let's go! And that was my halfway point. Awesome. Dawn Heron. Well, unfortunately, we still have no lead on what the hell is supposed to be going on with this grayed out dialogue box. But we did get another bird. Oop, clicked out of the window. My bad.
Really nothing, huh?
Anything? I mean, all the things on the table are just... Motherfucker. You put it right next to the... I hovered over it, and it was like... I thought it was... Oh, it's part of the research materials. I'm the dumbest guy alive right now. Sorry. This is a sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I seldom just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. Someone told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. There we go. That'll do it. Sorry. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh yes, I had a feeling that was it.
So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
Shitty reason to never die. I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei?
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I am not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please, transcend humanity, and let me examine you.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
Though I wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folktales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Jeez, don't say it after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey, like a modern-day Yao Bikuni.
That is one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no more immortality to be had till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid for myself. Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere in a large swath of sea floor seems like an impossible task.
You're right. That does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Oh, and there's the second part. I'll hop into this one and then I'll go back over to Sato, I think. Avi and Cersei's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipe Ikoma to investigate it on their behalf. However... just got back from dinner, has the very normal duo. We're doing alright. Arnav has the most nothing reason ever to want to achieve immortality. I spent 10 minutes stuck on a puzzle because I got one step ahead of it. The usual stuff. We found a guy who shares a name with a who has the name Kipe Ikoma, who is, you know, the guy, which is the name that we heard on a different route. So, you know, that's something as well. He is so fucking dumb. Arnav is, I mean. Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an Ama diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Here we are on our boat, which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We've nothing else to do after all. So we asked an Ama diver to investigate the seafloor in the area. I guess in a place like this it would be faster to hire an Ama than a regular diver. Even in this age, you can still get some Amas to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with.
However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Akoma is worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after, if need be. Cersei, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do. Ever since we first heard about it.
I see.
There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me. There's something there!
That must be the Alma diver's boat. Doesn't appear to be anyone around.
How unsettling. You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Oh, and that's the mark again. Inside the bucket? Does that mean the Alma diver found something on the sea floor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out?
Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, Cersei?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
Understood. If anything happens to me then, I'll leave the rest to you. Ooh.
Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. Should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the map. Of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere?
It's on the map. I saw it. For me, these are both true. What happens if I say I saw it on the seafloor, though? I think I saw it on the seafloor?
Excuse me?
What?
How and when would you have seen anything on the seafloor?
Huh? Did I say that?
Must you joke all the time? The symbol matches the one we found on the map.
Oh, you're right. It's identical.
It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy.
Pops it open, sticker inside. Oh, Ami. They ran this bit earlier, actually. There was this poster in the inn we were in, and they were like, I sense a sinister energy behind it, and they peeled it back, and there was just a fucking bird sticker behind it. It was great.
I doubt it will open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside.
I suppose you want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please?
It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orientating the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see. So to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me!
It's definitely the spot indicated by the map.
Not sure I really understand it, but I'll take it out. I'll take out the box anyway. Need help, I can always ask Cersei. Are there any birds on this boat? Doesn't seem like it. There are birds around the boat. I can hear them. Now then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate so I can get a look at all four sides. Orient the box in the right direction, but what is the right way?
The patterns on the box sides are quite intriguing. Must be related to a solution somehow.
Yeah, they got like different numbers of dots on them. Wasn't there dots? Like other than the triangle ones? Doesn't look like it.
It's possible this area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure it out before leaving.
Got it. Up by getting rocked by the waves on a small boat like this might make her seasick, but she looks fine so far. I had no idea we'd encounter a curse today. It's a good thing Cersei was here. All I can do is rotate, it looks like. Rotate and move myself. But if all I can do is that, then what exactly am I supposed to be doing here? Just in the right order? Orient the box in the right direction. Well, what's the right way? The patterns on the box's sides are quite intriguing. They must be related to the solution somehow. Face different. Maybe. Wait. Oh, are they? Oh, they might be. It might be like. It might. Yeah, they like kind of match up with like the islands. I'm noticing. Like the shapes of the islands. I'm not sure exactly how I'm supposed to use that to my advantage, but it's something. So this one has like a small island on it, yeah. Was there one there? Maybe. Kinda, sorta. Okay, yeah. This is a big island. Wait, no, it's here, isn't it? There we go. Oh, I felt something. I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track.
Nice. Keep at it.
Okay, that one has a 1 on it, so that was the first one. Got it. So now I need to go do the second one. Which means I gotta line this one up. This is the one that... Honestly, the small islands was the one I had the least faith in, but this one I'm also kind of unsure if I'll be able to get it. But I'll try. Because if I don't, then how am I supposed to progress? It's gotta be here. This has gotta be it. Just right here, yeah. Wait, I'm an idiot. That's number 3. I must have double clicked or something. My bad. All right, I'm on fire. That's 2. Whip. Over here. It's here. I found it.
Good job. Just one left.
Yeah, this one. This could just be anywhere. There's gotta be one where it's just like a small boy. A singular. Because I don't think it excludes anything when it does this. Oh, it's just this, isn't it? No, it's not. No, Perry. Absolutely not. I'm looking, I'm thinking. Okay, just like that. It might pop open if I do the same with the other sides. Yeah, man, but like, where's the line up? I guess here. Hello? Anybody home? Come on now. Wakey, wakey. That it? No. It was pretty exact with the other ones. This is such a small one. It is supposed to be the hardest one. It's the last one. So, I guess I just gotta keep trying. Okay, it's gotta be around here. It has to be around here. Unless it's like a cloud, but that's impossible. They're all islands. It's island related. It's an island box. It was found in the sea near the islands. It's an island box. I'm spinning notions that don't exist because I am insecure about my precision skills. Okay. It's just not lining up. Thinking. Yeah, it can't be anywhere over here. That's a sea line, and it goes left. And it starts at the left. It fades out over here, so it must be over here. But it's just not clicking. It is just not clicking. It's too sensitive. It needs to open its heart to me. You see anything, girl?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think I figured out the mechanism. Should I tell you?
I mean, I know the mechanism. I'm just trying to figure out how it gets set up. Like where exactly I need to go. I want to experience the thrill of solving this myself.
I see. In that case, I wish you luck.
Yeah, I sure as shit need it. Clearly. Thinking. Yeah, we got one through 3. Means all we need now is numero quattro. A thought occurred to me. Where is it? That's absolutely it, isn't it? It's the one that doesn't exist anymore. That's what I'm getting tripped up on. But it doesn't say anything about where specifically it was. I guess I would have to, like, cross-reference various things. South of Kameshima. What did Kameshima look like again? We only get an upwards view. No side views here. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Okay, that one. South of Kameshima. It looks like that from the side. And I must be crazy, because I don't see it. Oh, never mind. It wasn't with something that doesn't exist. It was just, like, it was partially that, but, like, you still reference with the thing that's there. Okay. Yes, it's open! Congratulations! What's inside? Let's see. What's this? Some kind of small wooden carving? Oh? Oh shit, the fish! Fish! Whoa! Something came out! Yikes, what is this? Make it stop! A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Be as fish. Perish. You've acquired the Curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. Use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the curse button when you wish to use the curse. Thanks, man. First born from the final moments of Hiyase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. That's super awkward, huh? Yeah, based on what we know, yeah. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the water. The bodies who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows the victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The Curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Huh. What the hell was that?
I'm not certain. But I believe he may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
You truly are congratulating me, and I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask you something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you are cursed per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a minute. Can I think straight? This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer so that its grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? We know about curse echoes and curse bearers, but thank you. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all of that first.
Really? Tell me, tell me!
Yeah, give me a minute. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe thanks to you as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you've discovered, if you don't mind. Of course! For Nakoma's debt, I suppose we'll have to tell him everything we've learned. Oh, there you are.
Will you believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Alright, I'm not sure if that's a bot or not, so I'll just leave that there. Yo, okay, if you say so. Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we get.
Alright, I guess we'll chat around.
Every time I always forget how to kill him. Yeah, it's a bot. Okay. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere, unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that. Let's start with this metal box the Ama diver found. Please do. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Okay, that's all we're getting out of that for now, but we'll come back to it. So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this? I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Da-da-da! A curse? What now? That's right! In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients! Please, calm down. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's curse chit-chat time. Oh my, I can't handle this man. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come! Give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3? I'm prepared. Please, tell me. He was at the speed of goddamn light. I see. So Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this carving. You then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory.
You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed.
It is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a cursed stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right. I know the truth. All of it. What happened. What didn't. I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain. That reminds me. I meant to ask about the metal box. If it's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now?
It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed?
No, I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something.
It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please, do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at that time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. It must have been Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. Thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards, tasked with protecting this sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army at Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath.
That's horrible.
The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is why I learned from the resentful memory inside of the Curse Stone. But to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a Curse Stone. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret.
This guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he was so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. Mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know that she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So we do. Putting the sentence aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea, to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it? Taishima was destroyed by natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end.
Can't imagine how terrifying it must have been.
Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima? That appears to be the case.
That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed.
The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the Forsaken Fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Then the same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files.
Thank you. Huh. So that's what happened.
And that wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that?
You're utterly astounding. Wow. Incredible.
Thank you, Cersei. I compiled all the details, so feel free to go over it at your own pace.
After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she died? It is likely. We consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box. It is likely already too late for her.
How horrible! Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there is a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. So that's that probably what we saw there, yeah? That sucks, yeah. We're in a coma's dead. I suppose I have to tell him everything we learned. That we did. His demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. Whip. Currently at the mouth of Kamo River, there's a residential area further upstream. Seems Mr. Ikoma has just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. When a curse fell into our lap, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all that's happened.
Wait a second.
Is something wrong?
Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and slowly travels up, yes?
I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it is true, that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human from just the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upwards, that would explain the variety of mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass.
Ugh.
It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality.
Of course, it doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic.
Well, it means there's a possibility.
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse.
Yeah.
Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the events 400 years ago?
My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all I needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Well, that's true. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why.
As for a second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryugu?
Yugo?
It is sometimes referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It also explains why the destruction of this sanctuary will inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power.
Also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. If the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobae and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
If that's true, they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course. If they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be the same too.
All this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
You recall the story Mr. Ikoma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Yeah. Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu?
It's a possibility we should consider.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It's possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become a human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with? Like in The Little Mermaid?
That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. It could make a solid novel.
Oh, I've just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes?
That's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learn. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. Must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, as I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks! That'd be great! That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct?
Yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now.
Huh? Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough the seal has faded.
I mean, the entrance to Ryugu is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what did you want us to do? There's an island called Kameshima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh?
Now then, Avi.
Hmm?
We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality.
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her capture required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-tide mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed. Though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible that he may be searching for mermaids, like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
I mean, a treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes, treasure known as the Tamate Bako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamate Bako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom!
A box, often referred to as a relic, used by the mermaids who lived near Taishima. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro, as a box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime,
leading to its name becoming widely known. Yep, that's where we heard it before. The box is filled with a spiritual energy in nature, similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them, that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world. But it's also the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world. This state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality.
If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamate Bako.
I concur. If we could get our hands on the Tamate Bako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it is likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir.
What was that all about anyway? You're sure we're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we'll need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamate Bako.
Okay.
Oh my god. There's more. Did she curse it to death? It's a possibility. I'm gonna come back to this. I did say I wanted to do Sato's bit next. So we're gonna hit this one up and then come back here, I think. Break it up a little bit, you know? Sato Shiranami, a mysterious girl with an unknown background who arrived on Kamishima several months ago, returns to the home of Shinobu Wakamura, where she is staying after having been out all morning. Alright. Let's see what we're dealing with.
Oh, Mr. Wakamura. Good morning.
Oh, Sato, you're back. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been helping out at Suyu's place.
And that thing you've got there? Did Suyu give you that?
Oh, this hand mirror? I just ran into Kikiko down the road. She gave it to me.
Fine, no matter. You got a moment? I got something important to discuss.
Oh, alright. I gotta look around for birds first. Just give me a second.
Hey, there we go. Let's go. Cloak and Plover. Let's get it. Sato, it's been, what, about 3 months since you arrived?
Yes, that sounds about right.
You've gotten used to life here by now, I expect. I don't suppose you remember anything yet?
No, nothing yet.
Still aren't sure who you are then. Let's think back a bit. 3 months ago, the night of the earthquake, I happened to pass by the bay. I found you washed up on the shore.
Right. I still can't remember how that came to be.
Scared me good, I'll tell you that. I grabbed a blanket and carried you back here right away. Even after you woke up, you didn't remember anything but your name. Didn't have any belongings either. It was like you had run from somewhere with nothing at all, not even clothes.
I'm so sorry you had to find me like that.
Not to mention it, you didn't seem to know a thing about everyday life. Maybe you grew up way out in the hills or were overly sheltered. But you couldn't even put on clothes properly. Didn't know how to turn the lights on. As if you didn't know the first damn thing.
Yes, but since then I've watched loads of TV. I've learned so much. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed at how fast I managed to pick everything up.
Either way, I figured you were a special case. That there had to be some special circumstances. So I decided to say you were a relative of mine and keep you here until you remembered something. Yet you still haven't remembered a thing.
That's right. I'm sorry for all the trouble.
I was really hoping you'd have remembered something by now. Well, I'm running out of time. We need to move on.
Running out of time?
Sorry, Sato. Something I need you to do.
Me? But I can hardly do anything right.
Yes, you. Let's stop dancing around it. I had a reason for taking you in. Put it plainly, Sato. You aren't human, are you?
Huh? Where did that come from? What's that supposed to mean?
Whether you truly can't remember or you're just playing dumb, enough is enough. I haven't told a soul on the island, not even Shotaro.
Told them what?
At night when I found you washed up in the bay, you were already dead.
What?
I'd seen my share of drowned bodies before. You had no pulse, you weren't breathing. You were without a doubt nothing but a corpse. Nothing could have saved you. I figured that was that. Turned around to call the police. But then, right before my eyes, your body mended itself. You started breathing again. The rest is as I told you before. When I said you scared me good, that was because you suddenly came back to life. I only took you in because I realized there was no way you could be a regular human.
I don't know what to say. Are you saying I can come back to life if I die?
Do you really not know what you are?
Maybe it's like in that movie. The one with the zombies. Maybe I'm one of those.
You don't look rotten enough to be a zombie to me, but honestly, you can call it whatever you want.
I did wonder why you took me in and treated me so well. I guess if you knew I died and came back, the reason you were being so kind was...
Well, yes. I wanted to know your secret. If I could figure out how you came back, it'd be worth a fortune. Oh, okay, man.
Right. Makes sense.
Doesn't mean I wanted to be rough with you. The plan was to let you settle in, and once you remembered, we'd talk.
Oh, that was very gentlemanly of you. Thank you.
Well, I did wonder whether that was a one-off thing or something you could do again and again. I thought about taking the blade to you to test it. But if it really was a one-off thing, that would have been too risky. So I decided to wait and see. Well, as it turns out, as we found out, it's not a one-off thing now, but you know.
Right. Maybe not as gentlemanly as I thought.
Anyway, things have changed now. There's no time to be kind anymore. I'm out of options! This is an emergency! I don't want this to get ugly. First, I just want you to hear me out, okay?
Alright.
Ever since I was a youngin', I've had support from a certain benefactor. Getting this far in one lifetime, all my money, connections, and success, it was all thanks to his backing and advice.
Uh-huh. Why bring this up now?
Be quiet and listen. Those who owe him call him Unka Kudono, a title given to those elevated above the clouds. That's how highly we regard him.
Elevated above the clouds? Sounds pretty important.
Sure is. He's from an old noble family, a real big shot with land and business across all the prefecture. Anyway, I met with him yesterday, and I ended up telling him about you.
About me?
I figured nobody would believe me, even if I told them about a girl who could resurrect herself from the dead. I just mentioned it in passing, expecting him to laugh it off and move on. To my surprise, Unka Kudono was real interested. Asked all kinds of things.
I don't like where this is going.
I haven't even said anything bad yet.
Maybe, but it sounds like you're about to say he wants you to hand me over to him or something like that.
Well, you're not wrong. Unka Kudono demanded I give you to him.
Knew it.
He wouldn't take no for an answer, even putting a deal on the table that was hard to refuse.
But you still told him no, right? I know you're strong enough to tell him no. Okay, your silence is scaring me now. What's that face supposed to mean?
It seemed Unka Kudono has quietly been researching immortality for years.
Huh? Immortality?
He's pretty serious about it too, because even the smallest rumors are worth looking into. Last year, when all that Rite of Resurrection nonsense was going on in Tokyo, he used the opportunity to gather information.
I've never even heard of that. Is it that big a thing?
If I'd known he was so interested, I would never have brought you up.
So, you're saying you couldn't refuse him?
I don't know if you could put faith in him, true.
Just when I thought this conversation couldn't take a worse turn.
Anyway, Let's just say I'm in a bit of a situation with no easy way out now. It would be better if there was a way to not have to take the deal, so I pleaded with him to give me more time.
I knew you'd come through. Thank you.
Which brings me to what I need to ask you, Sato. If you stop hiding things and tell me everything you know, I won't make this harder than it has to be.
Well...
Tell me, have you heard people on the island talk about the curse of the raging waves?
The raging waves? Doesn't sound like a very nice curse.
So you haven't heard of it. Let me explain.
It's a disaster 5 years ago. That was all because of this curse? It was created from the lingering resentment of all the people who died on Taishima 400 years ago? If that's true, it must be a very powerful curse.
No doubt about that.
No doubt. Uh-oh.
That's where you come in, Sato. I believe you're the one calling the curse down upon us. You're the Raging Waves curse bearer.
Huh? Come on, you can't be serious.
The timing fits perfectly. Things started taking a turn for the worse right after you arrived. And more than anything, I know you're not human. Just admit it! You're the one bringing this goddamn curse to the island!
Absolutely not! I don't know anything about it, I swear! You've got the wrong person!
I was willing to wait until I understood how you came back to life, but now I'm out of time. Don't know, or you're just playing dumb. I don't care anymore. Just need you to get rid of the goddamn curse. If you do, never mention any of this again. You can even keep living here, watching as much TV as you like. I'll cover it for you as long as you need.
But I didn't even know about the curse, let alone how to get rid of it. I'd love to take you up on the offer, but I just don't know how.
Even the one who brought this curse upon us doesn't know how to lay it to rest. Suppose I have no choice but to take Uncle Kudono's deal and hand you over. You see, Uncle Kudono claims he already knows how to break the curse of the Raging Waves.
Oh? Why would he know that?
I've warned him about the curse many times. I suppose he must have dug into it. I suppose you will have to be an offering to Uncle Kudono. One necessary to save Kamishima.
An offering? You mean like a sacrifice in this day and age? Surely there's a way to save Kamishima that doesn't involve killing anyone. We can find a more humane route.
You really think he'd just hand over that information while he's got leverage? Use your head! Think he's gonna cause another curse? Perhaps. If you can't help, then refusing his method of lifting the curse isn't on the table anymore. Because there has to be a price. That's just how deals work in the business world.
I don't care about the business world.
Come now, you think you have a choice?
Yes! I don't want to give up my body to someone researching immortality. He can kill me!
That's the thing. There's no need for you to worry about that. You won't stay dead. You'll live through whatever happens, won't you?
I refuse! I have a promise I have to keep, no matter what!
You? All you do is eat, sleep, and watch TV all day. What promise could you possibly have to keep?
Well, I can't say. Not right now.
What nonsense. You're saying whatever to save yourself. You realize you're choosing to stand against protecting everyone on the island from disaster? You really want that on your conscience? Not to mention you're the cause of this mess to begin with. It's time to take responsibility.
No, that's not true. You're blaming the wrong person.
You live here at our expense for months and then refuse one request? Unbelievable.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say.
Handover is tomorrow night, the 8th. A transport boat will slip out of the port. Till then, do as you like. And don't bother trying to escape the island. I've told the ferry not to let you board. There's nowhere on this island my eyes don't reach. Do I have to keep talking with him? I mean, if I'd done this 5 years ago, maybe I could have stopped it. I won't make the same mistake.
Oh no, this is awful. Is he serious? He wants to use me as a sacrifice? I mean, it's true I'm in no position to refuse, but no. There's no way. What do I do? What can I do?
We gotta move, girl.
I'm going out for a bit.
Fine. Talk to whoever you want. It won't change a thing. No one here will defy my decision. I need to walk to the other side of the island. Just gotta take a long-ass walk. Sorry.
I panicked and came all the way out here, but what the hell am I supposed to do? Whatever happens, I still have to keep the promise I made the Tsukasa yesterday.
Hey, Sato! Finally caught up. You have a minute?
Shotaro? Good timing. I had something I wanted to ask you, too.
Oh? Go ahead.
First off, have you seen any birds around here?
What?
No? Okay, I don't see any either. I know this is a bit sudden, but I was wondering if you have some time later this afternoon?
What for? You invite me or something?
Not exactly. Just something a little complicated I want to talk about.
Couldn't we just talk right here and now?
No, I still need some time to prepare.
I think I see how it is. You sure this is the time for that, though? Don't you have bigger things to worry about?
Well, yes, but even so, I want you to be there. It's important.
All right, I'll be there. Just tell me when and where.
Thank you. How about 1 p.m. down by the bay?
Got it. I'll be there. Oh, right, so I wanted to let you know. Sorry, I overheard your conversation with my old man earlier.
Wait, you did? How much did you hear?
Pretty much the whole thing, I think. That house has really paper-thin walls. I heard about the curse, the sacrifice, and you coming back to life.
Then, yeah. Pretty much heard everything.
Honestly, it caught me completely off guard. Can't believe my old man's going on about all that. It's all so ridiculous. I mean, who actually buys into that kind of superstition? Don't worry, Sato. I won't let him do this. I'm on your side. There's no place for something as ridiculous as sacrifices in this day and age.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank God. The kids are all right, you know? Anyway, you don't need to worry, Sato. I'll be your knight in shining armor. You're not going to be sacrificed for anything.
That's very reassuring. Thank you.
Honestly, in a world with science as advanced as ours, talk of curses, sacrifices, immortality, just nonsense. I think my old man has finally lost it. Still not entirely sure who the slasher is. Yeah, no, all of my ideas currently are like either stupid or I don't have enough evidence to justify them, so I've been keeping silent. Pretty sure it's all the influence of that so-called sorcerer from Tokyo. Honestly, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, it's a bit out of hand.
Just so you know, after hearing all that, I confronted him. Gave him a pretty firm piece of my mind.
Wait, you did? You spoke to Mr. Wakamura?
Sure did. I told him flat out that you weren't going to be a sacrifice for anything. Things got pretty heated after that.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. You didn't have to go that far for me.
Well, you see, I actually have my own reason for not wanting to lose you to some silly sacrifice.
Sato? Yes?
I'll be direct. Once this whole mess is over, would you consider dating me? With marriage in mind?
Huh? Wait, you and me? I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I had a feeling like it was something like this. Like, that's why Tsukasa was so crushed in the other route. You carry yourself so much more calmly than other girls. There's something elegant, almost regal about you. It's such a pleasure to see. I feel like I'd do anything if it was for you. You're the first woman that's ever made me feel this way. He does kind of look... You know? Huh. I wonder if that was a... Yeah, that might have been an intentional choice then, yeah. I think us meeting here had to be fate. We were destined to find each other.
Wow, you don't believe in curses, but you believe in fate?
Touché. But this time I feel like I have no choice but to believe. So listen. I'm heading back to Tokyo next week. I was hoping you'd come with me.
Wow, Tokyo. Just think it over, okay? I think it'll be a great chance for you. Damn, this is not fair. Dropping that on me right after saying he'd help save me? Frankly, I'm not interested in all, but if I reject him here and he takes it badly, I might lose his support. I have to buy some time for now. I need some time to think it over. Oh, so you're open to the idea at least? That's great. I'm glad to hear it. What? What did you just say?
She was just behind us the whole time, actually.
Wait, what? Tsukasa? How long have you been there?
Oh, didn't know you were there, Tsukasa. You been eavesdropping on our secret conversation? That's not very polite.
Secret conversation? So that's really how it is?
Yeah, the music is a little overly intense for what this is.
Sato, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. No, wait, Tsukasa, it's not what you think. Oh, I really am the worst. I'm sorry I was so clueless. Tsukasa, wait!
The hell was that?
I'm sorry. I have to go.
Oh, man. Oh my god, things stretched out so long. Nothing new got added aside from that thing, but like, sheesh. Big lines. Okay. Well, they left me on an odd, they left me on an odd sorts. I might as well see this one through. Jotaro asks Sato to start a relationship with the intention of eventually marrying her. Tsukasa, who happened to be there, is taken aback by what she's heard and runs away. Sato chases after her to clear up the misunderstanding.
I can't do this. It's not fair. Hey, Tsukasa, listen. You're okay. There's still a chance. No, there isn't. No.
Tsukasa! Sato, what's going on?
I'm sorry. I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on. We're drawing too much attention here. Oh. You feeling a little better now? Yeah, I'm sorry. None of this is your fault, Sato. I know that. And now we missed the meeting time, too. Jotaro's probably out there looking for us. Yeah, we'll find him later and apologize. Hold on, is there a bird in here? What? I just need to check. Okay, looks like we're in the clear. So you're saying that today was the first time he ever said anything like that to you? Yep. I had no idea we'd be confessing out of the blue like that. I mean, I get it now. I know you aren't interested in him, but... guess I really am still just a kid. I don't have the confidence to confess like that. Getting married, going to Tokyo together. That's way too much for me to even begin to think about.
Yeah, it is kind of suspicious that it just, like, happened out of the blue, yeah.
Yeah, he just skips several steps ahead. I guess guys from the city are just like that. Still, you handled it so calmly. I was seriously impressed. You say so. You were so calm and collected, I swear. I can hardly believe you're the same age as me. I wish I could stay that calm. Although, you seem a bit different too. Did something happen? I only really caught the tail end of your conversation back there. Ah, well, yes, honestly, it's been quite a day. But I was planning to tell you everything! Huh? Tell me what? You're kind of scaring me with that serious look. Well, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound completely insane, for all sorts of reasons. But every word of it is true. I need you to believe me, okay? Okay. Scary. This morning, Mr. Wakamura came to me. What? I don't even... You can't be serious! You're going to be offered up as a sacrifice tomorrow? And what? Some cursed storm is coming to the island and you died and came back? Are you actually being serious? Yep. Or at least Mr. Wakamura is completely convinced that's the case. Shotaro said it was all nonsense. He didn't believe a word of it. Nah, this is not okay. This is all seriously messed up. You said before you didn't really remember much about your past, right? But claiming that you died, that has to be bullshit. Sato? Why aren't you saying anything? Hello, Sato? You okay? Well, I don't know.
Could have been hurt, saved user.
Hello, you okay?
Okay, it's the same.
So, things have gotten a bit messed up now. I still think you need to tell Shotaro how you feel. You really think so? But he's clearly into you, not me. I mean, I don't think his feelings are just gonna flip once you tell him. In fact, I'd be even more worried if he changed his mind that easily.
Mermaids are not known for running.
I guess that's true. That said, letting him know your feelings is the best way to have him realize you're an option for him. I'm pretty sure up until now, he just hasn't been paying attention. He hasn't noticed all the great stuff about you. Realize I'm an option? I'm not so sure that's the problem. You never know. Even if he doesn't respond to you right away, his feelings could always change over time. Just look at you. You're cute, you're smart, and you're a great person. You've got every reason to be confident. You're making me blush. It does sound convincing coming from you. I mean, I was totally ready to just throw it out here, just to see what would happen and all.
She's also a lesbian.
But now you're starting to make me think I might actually have a shot. Exactly. No need to rush. Just take your time and let both of your feelings develop. Thanks, Sato. You're right. I can't just give up. I'm gonna go ahead and tell him. But you really are good at this, Sato. You must be super experienced with all this. Of course I am. Don't call me a living encyclopedia for nothing. Oh yeah, Miss Encyclopedia. I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot too.
Wait.
So, did you finish writing the love letter? Well, I did finish it, but I ripped it up and threw it away. Oh, damn. Don't worry, I'll write another one today. It's probably a good thing I get a redo. The first one was all me anyway. Yeah, that's the spirit. I suppose I'll need one more thing, Sato. You'll need to invite Shotaro over for me again. Yep, that I can do. I'll get him to come even if it kills me. Thanks, but I'd rather you didn't get killed over this.
Experiencing a people who know moment right now.
Alright, time to rewrite that love letter. Hello? Sato? You okay? Well, I don't know.
Oh, I need to be with my thoughts for a moment.
I don't think I can keep hiding the truth about myself much longer. Yeah, she deserves to know. I should tell her. About me. About my past. All that said, I feel like whatever's going on with you, it's way more serious. Yeah, about that. You think we can talk for a bit? I have something important to share. Whoa, that serious face again. You're kind of scaring me. So, the truth is, some of my memories have started coming back. Just a few. Wait, really? That's great! So, why'd you remember? Well, I want you to keep this just between us for now. Is that okay? Yeah, of course! Totally! Earlier when you said you couldn't believe we were the same age, you were right. Although, the truth is, although I might look quite young, I've actually been around for a very long time. Oh, so that's what you've been hiding. I knew something was up. I knew it! So, how old are you? Already 20? No, a little older than that. Whoa, I need to guess even higher? Alright, let's take a big jump. 23! I guess I lied. It's actually a lot older than that. I think, at least. A lot older? Now I'm not sure where to guess. You're not gonna tell me you're secretly some ancient grandma, are you? Yeah. That's about right. Huh? Also, that part about me dying and coming back? There might be some truth to that, too. Huh? Yeah. So, in other words, I'm actually an immortal girl with an immortal body. Nice to meet you. There's no way!
I mean, yeah, what the fuck do you say after that?
Wait, are you actually being serious here? Yep, completely serious. I mean, I always thought you said some pretty weird things. This one takes the cake. I guess you did always have a kind of strange vibe about you. Hearing this does sort of make sense. But, like, how did that even happen? Well, it's so long ago I barely remember. But long ago, for some reason I can't quite remember, I ended up eating the flesh of a mermaid. The flesh of a mermaid? Oh, I've actually heard stories about that. Eating mermaid flesh is supposed to make you immortal, right? Exactly, that's the stuff. No way. So those stories were real. So you have an immortal body and you've been alive for who knows how long? Yep, that sums it up. So how old are you really? Well, I'm actually not too sure. I'm not really the forgetful type. I think there was just a human limit to how much I could ever remember. Even when living normally, you wind up forgetting stuff from a long time ago, right? I guess, maybe? I've only been alive 17 years, I wouldn't really know. Oh, yeah. The oldest memory I can still remember probably goes back several centuries at least. Damn, so you really are an ancient grandma. No, I was only 17 when I ate the mermaid flesh, you know. I wasn't exactly lying about my age. In terms of looks, I'm still a spry, young 17-year-old. Well, sure, I can't argue with that. But you're saying you're actually immortal? I think that tops my surprises for today.
I'm not old, I'm not old.
You believe me? Of course! You joke around a lot, but I trust when you say it's serious. Thank you. So if you really did become immortal from eating the flesh of a mermaid, then I guess handing you over to some bigwig like this Unka Kudono actually starts to make sense. Yeah, if I get handed over to him, I'm pretty sure he'd figure it out. Who knows what could happen. Right? That'd be bad news. No telling what he'd do after that. And if it's the truth, I guess there's no point in making excuses either. Exactly. What about that curse of the raging waves? Is that true too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's real too. I think I'm somehow connected to that place called Taishima that came up in the curse's story. Oh, you are? But even so, I don't think I caused the curse. At least I hope not. So you're saying you were on Taishima like 400 years ago? Yes, I think so. I don't really remember what kind of person I was back then, though. Even so, I can't believe the old man just straight out said he was gonna hand you over tomorrow. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that. Well, I'm gonna help you, obviously. How about you really do just run away to Tokyo with Shotaro, then? I'd rather not. There has to be a better way. Yeah, even as I said it, I realized I hadn't really thought it through very much. Let's take this one step at a time. Besides, I don't think the curse will just disappear if I leave the island. Yeah, even if you were the cause, that'd mean they could have just kicked you off the island, right? It kind of feels like the old man is just trying to pin everything on you. Yeah, there has to be some reason behind it. Either way, if we could somehow stop this curse of the raging waves or whatever, it'd probably solve all my problems. Probably, yeah, but how are we supposed to stop a curse when we don't even know what it is? I always thought all this curse stuff was just occult nonsense. I never thought it could be real. Well, they are. Spirits and curses really do exist. No doubt about it.
This is true.
It was totally normal to live with them way back when, so it surprised me that these days everyone just acts like they're not real. No way. This is all so surreal. Well, I suppose you being here is already past surreal and into the mythical. I guess I gotta rethink what's normal. There's gotta be something else we can do. The only other people I really trust around here are Azami and Yuza. If we ask them, I bet they'd help. Would you rather I didn't tell them? I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd keep it secret, but Yeah, I'd rather avoid telling anyone else. Gotcha. Well then, maybe we could just hide out somewhere until tomorrow? Buy a little time? Where could we hide? Oh! I'm not sure if that's the right choice here. Not even sure if I should mention it. What is it? Whatever. You trusted me with your secret, so I guess it's only fair I share one too. Oh? You have a secret too? Keep this between us, okay? It's about my pa, actually. Wait, your dad? I thought you grew up with just your mom. I did. That's why I got curious about who my pa was and I started digging on my own. Didn't have much to go on, but I managed to piece it together. Maybe I've got a knack for detective work. Whoa, that's incredible. Detective just like on TV. Anyway, turns out he's a very rich guy from Issei. Apparently, way back, my ma used to work as a maid at his estate. Wait, does that mean... You guessed it. I'm his illegitimate child. Oof. That's a tough one. I mean, I kind of suspected it already, so it wasn't a huge shock or anything. Besides, he's been sending child support this whole time, so I'm grateful, honestly. Wow, your life really is like a TV show. Anyway, I've actually snuck off to meet him a few times. You met your dad? All on your own? And that wasn't a problem? Surprisingly, yeah. He was happy to see me. He even said he'd wanted to meet me too. Took me out for dinner a couple of times and all. How nice. But you're smart and so cute. I could see why you'd be proud. I got no complaints about the life I have now with Ma. I'm not out to shake him down for cash or stir up trouble or anything. That said, I've never told Ma that I met with him. There's still bad blood there, apparently. Oh, that's not good. Nobody in the island knows about this. You're the first person I've ever told. Wow, this turned into a full-on secret swap. Anyway, worst case scenario, I thought we could maybe ask my pa for help. He's pretty rich, so he could probably arrange a place for you to hide for a while. Might help us buy some time to look into this curse. That's quite the connection to have. Thanks for sharing with me. Having a place to lay low would be great, but won't it be suspicious if we don't explain things? Honestly, I'm not sure. We either lie to him or risk telling the truth. And personally, I'd rather not lie to him. You think it's better to keep your secret even from my pa? Yeah, sorry. I'd really rather no one knew. I get it. If word got out, it'd probably stir up a whole new mess. Let's keep that as our last resort then. It's a great idea though. Thanks. Hey, Tsukasa? I just had a thought. Yeah? What is it? This Unka Kudono guy. He says he has a way to break the curse of the raging waves, right? Yeah, sounds like it. That's what he's offering in exchange for you, right? Then what if we somehow stole that from him? Ooh, bold idea. You mean we fake the trade and swipe it instead? No, I mean, what if I just snuck into Unka Kudono's place and took it? So we've had our detective arc and now we're going undercover? Are we spies now? Yeah, okay, that's probably not very realistic. I do think it's a bit of a stretch. We don't exactly have the skills or intel for a spy mission.
Yeah, one's a high schooler, one's a mermaid. It happens. You don't always have the knack for it.
Still, if there was some way to break the curse of the raging waves, that'd solve everything.
Exactly.
I guess that means our best chance at the moment probably lies in your memory somewhere. You really not remember anything about what you were doing before you washed up on the island? No. Well, now I remember that I was on Taishima 400 years ago. Everything between them and waking up here is completely blank. I'm guessing I might have been asleep somewhere for the last 400 years or something like that. Damn. How's something like that even happen? Is it connected to whatever happened to Taishima? Yep, probably. Still, sleeping for 400 years? That's just unreal. Feels like something out of a story.
Quick snooze. The 400-year nap would fix me.
I mean, you fit into our society so naturally. It's hard to believe you're not from the same era. I was quite lost at first, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried really hard to fit in. Everything had changed so much, there were surprises around every corner. It was pretty overwhelming at first. I can imagine. It's like that old tale of Urashima Taro. He came back and centuries had gone by. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it is quite similar. I'm amazed the tale of Urashima Taro is still being told even now. But you know what amazed me the most? TV. It was incredible how much I could learn from it. Aha! So that's why you were always so glued to the TV. Still, that's amazing. I can't believe you managed to blend in so naturally just from watching TV. Yep, it was actually easier than I expected. Felt a little more like visiting a country with a different culture than jumping through time. And I guess since I barely remembered anything from my past, there wasn't much to get in the way of learning new stuff. Right, guess that's why you always seemed a bit distant when you first arrived on the island. Oh yeah, sorry I was such a pain. You were just scared, right? You had no memories and were thrown into a completely different era. I was lucky though. Everyone on the island was so kind. It helped a lot. Still, I can't believe the old man wants to offer you as a sacrifice. That's so messed up! I wish you could remember a bit more about yourself, though. Aren't you even a little curious? Who you were? Doesn't it worry you? Honestly, not really. I mean, I was probably just another person. Doubt I was anyone special. Don't say that! You never know! Well, either way, we just have to make a bunch of good memories for the new you. That sounds good. Even these last few months have been filled with great memories for me. Hang on, I just realized. If you really are immortal, Sato. Every time you said even if it kills me, you kind of left out the part where that's not actually possible. Damn, you're right. That does sound bad now. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It means I'm so determined that I'd risk dying despite my immortality. Uh-huh. So coming from you, it actually carries even more weight. Got it. Phew, I think I spun that one pretty well. You know I can hear you, right?
I care about these two a lot.
You know what? I actually feel kind of relieved. Even after learning all this about me, you aren't treating me any different. Well, yeah, you're still you. Nothing's really changed for me. Thank you. I'm glad I could tell you the truth.
She's so in lesbians with Tsukasa, I can't. Like, damn, Sato, did the TV never tell you about lesbians? I mean, it was the 80s. I mean, maybe not.
Usually when people find out, they freak out and quickly pull away. I was worried you'd do the same. Yeah, I mean, I can see why some people might distance themselves if they found out. Yusa's mom was totally shunned when people started blaming her. Anyway, don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Your secret's safe with me. Hey, you said Yusa's mom was shunned for something? Most you ever told me was that she passed away in the Kamishima disaster 5 years ago. Ah, right. You wouldn't know about it. I mean, I guess it's not exactly something you'd share with a guest to the island. Truth is, they pinned the blame for that whole disaster on her. Said it was Mare's fault. What? Seriously? But why? No idea. People just started saying she was some kind of bad omen or something. Sure, she never really fit out on the island, but that was no reason to treat her like that. Probably why things felt so tense when Yusa came back to the island a few months back. I figured folks were just joking around, so I didn't really think too much of it. That's so cruel, even after she's gone. But you know, it's quite similar to what's happening to you right now. The old man called you the same thing they called her. What was it? The Raging Waves curse bearer? Wait, so they said Mare was the source of the curse too?
They're just pawning this shit off on anybody.
That is weird, but what does it mean? Could it be Yusa's mom was actually like you? Like, she was also immortal? Huh? And maybe she didn't really go missing, but was actually sacrificed to this Unka Kudono? But Mr. Wakamura said he won't make the same mistake from 5 years ago, so I don't think that's it. Right, yeah. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I wonder if Yusa or Suyu know anything about this curse of the Raging Waves. Yeah, it's not exactly an easy topic to bring up, but we don't really have any other leads. So talk to Suyu. We can ask her about Mare and the curse. Wait, if Yusa's ma really was this curse bearer or whatever, that means she dragged not only herself and her family, but the whole island into the storm. That's kind of a scary thing to think about. Yeah, I can't imagine she did it on purpose. Maybe at the very least she didn't know about it, but even then, it's still awful. Either way, the outcome was such a terrible one. Nope, this curse bearer stuff has to be total bull. I'm not buying it. Yep, I couldn't agree more. But then where did all these curse bearer rumors come from in the first place? There's gotta be a way to prove they're unfounded. Bet you anything it was that so-called sorcerer the old man's been talking to. Has to be.
That is a point. The sorcerer came up and was dropped quite a while ago.
Maybe we could go shake it out of them until they admit it was all made up. It's a bit extreme, but if we could pull it off, it would clear things up. Although, even if we prove you're not the curse bearer, we're still gonna come after you for being immortal. I guess so, yeah. They want me because I'm immortal, not just because of the curse. Man, I really just want to believe all this curse bearer stuff is nonsense. But come on, let's go talk to Suyu. Yeah, and we should apologize to Shotaro, too. Oh, right.
Ooh. Where is that boy?
Here's where we were supposed to meet Shotaro. Of course, nobody's gonna wait forever. Looks like Shotaro isn't home. Yeah, no one's here right now. Ah! Oh, it's just the phone. That scared me. Phone's ringing. Sato, the phone's ringing. Yeah, I guess it is. Shouldn't you get it? I guess I should. I'm not really sure. Don't look at me. What do you normally do? Normally I pick up. It's the least I can do while staying here. There you go. Just pick it up then. Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense.
But what if I have a really bad feeling about it?
Hey, you one of those people who lets the phone ring for a while before picking it up? Or people think you got too much free time on your hands or something? What? How did you... No, that's not it. Sometimes when you pick up too fast, it startles people, so I wait on purpose. Okay, so... haven't we waited long enough? No, just a bit more. Letting it ring a little shows that we're being thoughtful. If you wait this long and then pick up all of a sudden, I feel like that's gonna startle them too. I mean, don't you hate picking up the phone? This one in particular is giving me a real bad feeling. There is a lot of flavor text for this. Well, I guess I do get where you're coming from. Wanna just, ignore it? Maybe. Even though I have a bad feeling about it, I still feel like we should really get it. Yeah, same. Maybe that's bugging me. Still, if it stops ringing just before I pick up, that's just fate, right? If they hang up, that's that. You're destined to not hear the call. So let's get this straight. You're worried about the call, but also too scared to pick up. That might be the case. If only there was someone a little braver than me. I refuse. I didn't say you. Yeah, but you implied it. I don't want to get it either. Something doesn't feel right about it. Damn. Alright, fine. I'm scared, but I'll do it. I'll pick it up. No, wait, I can't let you get involved. It's too dangerous. I'll do it. Oh, okay. Go ahead then. No, you tricked me! You know, I really thought if we kept this up, they'd hang up. But man, talk about persistent. It really does just keep going. Must be real important if they've waited this long. Maybe it's time to actually answer it? Yeah.
Thank you for the achievement. Be terrible at picking up the phone. I guess I'll do it.
Fine, here goes nothing. Hello? Wakamura residence.
Didn't think you'd ever pick up. Answer faster next time.
Oh, sorry. I was in the bathroom. I've been having some stomach issues this past week. I actually wanted to stay in there a little longer, but rushed out to get the phone.
Whoa, too much information! Anyway, you one of the Wakamuras?
Huh. Didn't think you'd be so good at improv. Actually, no one from the Wakamura family is home right now. Would you mind calling back later?
Wait, really? Then that means... you must be that immortal girl.
Sorry? I'm not sure what you mean. If this is a prank call, I'm hanging up. Something about his tone really irks me.
Ha! This is where you've been hiding. Took me forever to find you.
Who is this?
My dear Asato, it's been a while.
He knows you? Looks like you've got the wrong number. Please double check and call again.
Whoa, hold it! Don't you hang up on me, you little shit! I know exactly who I'm talking to.
It sounds like he actually knows who you are, Sato. This might be our chance to get some new info. I've got a really bad feeling about this.
So, my dear little Asato, I hear Unka Kudono's got his eye on you now.
You're awfully well informed. Mind telling me who you are?
But of all the people out there, it was Unka Kudono who found out. Damn, that geezer's gonna hunt you to the ends of hell.
Who the hell are you? Tell me! Whoa, you're really fired up.
Hang on, wait. You fucking serious? You don't remember me? For real? That's real harsh. After everything we had, all that passionate talk about our future together.
Wait, what? Come on. Just because I said I don't remember you doesn't mean you get to start spouting nonsense.
You'll know if it's nonsense soon enough. And listen, I'm actually the one trying to help you here, you know? Might want to hear me out.
What do you mean?
So, this Unka Kudono, he's a psycho old man funneling cash into researching immortality. If he gets his hands on you, you'll be strapped to a table in his lab where he cuts you open alive. He'll sit there watching as you die and regenerate, all as part of his fucked up experiments. And once you're all healed up, slice and dice again, rinse and repeat, over and over. Sounds fun, huh?
That's straight up torture.
Even if your body's immortal, the pain is all real. Becoming a sacrificial guinea pig would be nothing but hell on earth.
You sure know a lot about this.
Well, yeah. That's why you should come to me instead. Doesn't sound so bad now, does it, Asato?
Huh?
I'll take you into my protection before you're handed over to Unka Kudono. All you need to do is shut up and do as you're damn told, woman.
Oh, hell no.
You think I'd ever grovel to some nameless creep like you? You've got another thing coming. I refuse. You'll remember me when we meet. I promise. So here's the deal. Get on today's last ferry to Tobaport. Come alone. Got it?
What? Not a chance. Damn right, she isn't going anywhere with you. So do us both a favor and never contact me again.
Oh, come on. Is that really how you're gonna play it? Listen, if you don't show up when I say, I'll tear through every last dumbass on this island. Slice them all to fucking pieces. Sound good to you? That's what happens when people defy me. No mercy. Just punishment.
What?
So I'll say it one more time, my dear Asato. If you don't want this island to be a bloodbath, get on the last ferry. Come to Tobaport. Alone. This is your last chance. You get that, right?
When you say no mercy, just punishment, what exactly are we talking about here?
Oh, you know. I have this little curse power, and let's just say it can be pretty fucking potent.
Yeah, another curse?
I guess I could show it off by cursing every other woman on this island. Kill them all off one by one. How's that sound? So is Transusa actually real or not? How did he get thrown into that? That way, everyone else on the island will see the one girl who doesn't die, and, well, guess your secret's out.
No.
So yeah, better just do as I say. No point fighting it. I've already got an assassin mixed in with the locals. Everything's set.
An assassin? Mixed in with the locals?
Yep, and they're fucking nuts. Gave them a curse, and they were way too thrilled to use it. Dead serious, too. Eyes like a psycho killer. You get those sometimes. Natural killers. Pretty sure they've already made their move. Unless I call them off, they sure ain't stopping.
Is he being serious?
I'll check with you again after the first body drops, but I really recommend you make the smart choice for that. Anywho, Barry's leaving soon, so tick-tock, my dear Asato. Don't keep me waiting.
Wait! This is bad. You heard all that, right? Yeah, killing people with curses? No way, right? Sorry, I shouldn't have hesitated to pick up the phone.
That's a lot? Jesus. But yeah, a lot of parallels to the first game as well.
Last ferry leaves in what, less than an hour now? If I don't get on it, the whole island is in trouble. All that talk about curses and killing people, and we still have no idea who that even was. I felt like he knew something about your past, too. Yeah, but as far as I can remember, I honestly have no idea who he is. He knew about Uncle Kudono and his research, so they're definitely involved in some way or another. And then maybe it's someone who doesn't get along with Uncle Kudono and wants to steal you away from him. Makes sense. Trying to help me is probably just a front, so his real goal has got to be something like that. So maybe he just acted like he knew you to put you at ease? Could be. But if he really wanted to put me at ease, I don't think he had the right tone. Yeah, that attitude was anything but reassuring. Like, was he actually serious, thinking you'd go along with all that just because he barked it at you? Not to mention threatening to curse the people on the island to death. Hard to tell how serious he was. Well, one thing's clear. He's bad news. Ah, wait. Someone's come home.
Well, you came back, huh, Sato? I don't want to talk to him right now.
Maybe you best tell the old man about the phone call. Yeah.
What's wrong, girl? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Well, I just got a strange, threatening phone call.
Oh? Tell me more. Some nobody we don't even know wants to set off on the last ferry today?
Yes, they said if I don't go, the island will be struck with no mercy, just punishment.
He's just trying to snatch you out from under Uncle Kudono's nose. Always some fools trying to play smart. Pulling a stunt like that won't get you on Uncle Kudono's bad side. It'd be a hell of a lot worse than that. Ignore that fool's call. You're going to Uncle Kudono tomorrow, just like we planned.
Okay. Oh yeah, I totally should have said something earlier, but I'm totally against this whole sacrifice nonsense. Hey, old man, if we can lift that curse of the raging waves before tomorrow, then Sato doesn't have to be offered as a sacrifice, right?
Well, yeah, if that was possible. But that curse stumped even the finest sorcerer I know. You'd need solid proof it's been broken.
That's fine. That assassin or whatever they were talking about kind of worries me. Who the heck could it be? They said they're bleeding him with the locals. I really hope it's not someone we know.
Wait, what else did he say? Something about an assassin?
Yes, they said someone wielding a curse power is mixed in with the locals and is already proceeding with their plans. Think it could be true?
Most likely bluffing, but I'll have folks look into it just in case. Either way, if we nab the assassin first, there ain't nothing to worry about. This is my Kamishima. I don't like hearing we have unknowns mixed in with my people.
Seeing as we're being threatened by a curse, couldn't you ask that sorcerer you trust to help us deal with it?
Not happening. Too short notice. Even just one consultation takes a whole month of back and forth with their manager for an appointment. Not to mention, you can't even imagine how much it costs. You don't trouble someone like that over some damn fool's prank call when it's probably just a bluff.
Seriously? They're that big a deal? I guess neither of the two we bumped into yesterday was a sorcerer then.
Who are you talking about?
Yesterday we spoke to a man and a woman in traditional clothes who asked where this place was. They didn't stop by?
Oh, right, yeah. Some shady-looking folks came around. They said something about a great storm curse drawing near and told me I should warn everyone to prepare for evacuation.
Wait, so even people from outside the island know about this curse of the raging waves?
I miss you, Yumeki. I miss you. I hope we get another node with you soon.
But then, who exactly were they?
Beats me. Think they were with the police or some such, but something smelled fishy to me. They were rambling on about mummies and whatnot. Didn't make a lick of sense. Ain't got time to mess with folks like that. Told them I already knew and had them get lost. Anyone with even the slightest spirit sense can tell the island's affected by a curse right now. They were just scam artists using that to spout nonsense to squeeze out donations. Bunch of crooked psychics, that's all. Got no time to be dealing with folks like that.
Is that really all it was? Something about it's nagging at me. This curse of the raging waves definitely real?
I already told you, it's as real as they get.
So, what are you gonna do now, old man?
First off, Sato ain't going anywhere. Stay put till that last ferry docks back on the mainland.
You sure that's safe?
Curses or not, there's no way anyone is gonna just go around killing a bunch of people. That just ain't practical. That said, someone sneaking in as an assassin, that could happen.
I see.
If their curse was just a bluff, they're clearly planning something. Ain't no way I'll let it slide. Threaten not just me, but Uncle Kudono, they'll regret messing with us. I'll smoke them out myself and have them confess all their bullshit.
Yikes, he's pissed.
You two stay right here. Got it?
He's gone. Sped out like a bullet. So what now? He told us to wait here, but... Well, now we don't need to catch the ferry anymore. Still, feels like a waste of time just sitting here. Let's go see if we can find Suyu? Sounds good. If we can find a way to stop the curse of the raging waves, there'd be no reason to sacrifice you. Let's go. Well, we definitely learned a lot more after speaking with Suyu. Huh? Tsukasa? Damn it. Listen, there's no way I'm letting them sacrifice you. Not for anything. Thanks, Tsukasa. Sorry I got so worked up. Don't worry about it. That's just who you are. I guess the last ferry should have reached the mainland by now. Yeah, think the old man managed to find that assassin? Let's go see what's going on outside. Not like we have much else to do now. Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, look, it's Shotaro!
Hey, you two. Perfect timing. My old man's been stomping around with this wild look on his face, asking people if they've seen anyone suspicious. You two know anything about that?
Actually, yeah, we do. So I guess he's trying to track down that assassin who's blending in somewhere.
Wow, so people really announce threats like that over the phone. Still, I'm glad the old man didn't take the bait. That was probably the right call. But if it's not just Uncle Kudono's people after you, then we've got a new problem on our hands.
Yep. We really should apologize for missing the meeting earlier. Yeah.
Oh shit, a bird. Yo, this one's kind of slaying. Hold up. Maverick Mandy. Yo. Serving. If this so-called assassin really has slipped in among the others, running around blindly like my old man won't get us anywhere. We should apologize. That shit a bird. We don't have enough to go on yet, so it's hard to say anything for sure. At the very least, I'd be looking for people with regular contact with those off the island.
Right. Anyone who rarely leaves the island isn't really a likely suspect. That means people like Shotaro and me who live off the island most of the time are the most suspicious?
Given the situation, yeah. You know, it's also possible that the caller and the assassin are both working for Uncle Kudono.
Wait, why would you think that?
It's possible that he either never had the means to lift the curse of the raging waves like he promised, or never intended to hand it over in the first place.
Oh, I get it. That way he can just get Sato without keeping his end of the bargain. Plus, he could also turn around and pin everything on your old man.
Exactly. Sharp as ever, Tsukasa.
Thanks.
Either way, if someone like that is really out there, we need to stay on guard.
Definitely. Sorry about missing our meeting today. I was the one who asked, and I ended up standing up. Something urgent came up, and I couldn't make it.
Ah, right, that. Well, stuff happens. I'm not mad or anything, but I do wish you'd brought it up a little sooner.
Right, sorry.
Mind telling me exactly what happened?
Well, something unexpected came up and kind of threw off my whole schedule.
So you can't say any more than that?
You're not even gonna tell me what you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I can't tell you that yet either. Sorry.
Right. Well, whatever. Let's just say you owe me one.
Owe you one?
Yeah, sometime when I need it, you'll have to do something for me.
Wait, that's not fair!
It's not her fault. I'm the one who caused all the problems today.
See, I was actually the one who... Tsukasa, stop! This isn't the time for that! But if I don't, you'll...
Whoa. Why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one who didn't show up.
No, you're not the bad guy. It really is my fault. I'm sorry! No, it's on me! Sato didn't do anything wrong!
Okay. Relax. For sake of your friendship, I'll let it slide. Let's just reschedule for another time.
Right, thank you. Thank you!
Things are a little hectic today. We can talk about that more another time. So, about getting you out of that whole sacrifice mess.
Yeah, about that.
I've been thinking, maybe it's best we leave for Tokyo together first thing tomorrow. Lay low for a while. Yeah, I know. It looks like I'm just using this chaos as an excuse, but at this point, I don't think I can offer any other options. What do you think?
Well, first off, thanks for thinking it over for me. But, would it be okay if I gave it a little more thought?
Sure. If you take the ferry, my old man will catch on. You want to go? You'll have to be on a small boat, quietly, just after dawn. I'll need time to set things up, so I need your answer by tonight. Need Shotaro to prove he's not the assassin right now.
Yeah. Okay, I'll think it through. Huh? What's wrong?
Looks like you got something caught in your bangs.
Oh no, how embarrassing!
You always seem so calm and collected, but I guess everyone has their moments.
Huh? Where? You want me to take a look? Oh no, it's okay. I've still got that hand mirror on me. Let's take a look. Ah, there it is. Is that a feather? When did that get there? Got it. That looks
Yeah, 100%, 1,000%.
What the? What the hell is that? Is something wrong, Sato? There's something behind me. Huh? What was that? I should check.
No offense, I think he's evil. You okay? There's nothing behind you.
Sato? What's wrong? I should check behind me. Huh? I could have sworn it was right around here. There's nothing there. Maybe I imagined... Oh, shit, that hurts!
Well, never mind.
My insides are on fire. This is it, isn't it? I just died.
Bonus, I think we know the curse conditions, yeah. That was really fucking ham-fisted. If we knew he was a curse bearer, that shit would not have flown. But, I mean, we had a hunch, so, like, I was just going by the whims of the narrative.
But how? What happened? Oshikasa, I'm sorry. It got me.
That's what got used in the other round with. Yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
Is the power of the curse then? It's real. I saw something for a split second and then it cut me down. Okay, just relax. Nice and slow. This is bad. People are coming over. It's turning into a scene.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a beheading thing is the thing. Like, it might just be like the clean cleave like this.
Oh no, not here. Everyone will see. Damn it. Everyone will know I can heal. What do I do? They're all panicking. No choice. Sat dazed, clueless, then run away while I can.
Oof. Rough. Rough. Whew. Well, it's been 3 hours. It's been 3 bordering on 4 hours. I'm not gonna stop, but I am gonna take my break. And we'll probably do one more node and then I'll stop. Mainly just because I feel ending on the same node we did yesterday, ending on the same plot point we did yesterday, but just from a different perspective, while cool, isn't gonna leave me itching to keep going as badly as if I kept going a little longer, you know? So I'm gonna be right back. Y'all sit tight, I'm gonna go get some water, and yeah, we'll be back with Arnev in a moment. But hello, we're back! We're back! We got another one of these over here, so let's head this up first. Ascendant and Duty. The Tamatebako, a treasure required to obtain immortality. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Ikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Hello again. Arnev Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we could meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves.
Who exactly are you talking to?
I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrill and adventure.
Sure, you got me all worked up.
You know, I needed this after how heavy the last node was. Does he know? Is he the storyteller?
But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me?
Oh, right. Sorry. Seems focused. Best not to interrupt her now. Well, while she's focusing, I might as well look for birds. It is the town of Ichiga in Toba City. This area is one of the many in the area, renowned for its appetizers. Cersei is completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. See if the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. What's that? Doesn't her dousing only let us look for spiritual energy? On top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right. I was thinking quite the same thing. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Akoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the Descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the Descendant ought to have it, since it is so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Akoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. And the iron box, with its massive amount of spiritual energy, has fallen right into the lap of our target. Now, Cersei just has to use her jousting to locate the box. At least, that's the plan. However, her dousing's range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. We'll then narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. So any idea where we might start looking for the Descendant?
I think Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he?
He did. Which would mean that she's a difficult person. She doesn't live far away. She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits.
Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns within Toba.
I see. There are quite a few towns in the area, right?
About that, when we partied yesterday, Mr. Ikoma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the Descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he'd also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma.
Ah, right. He did say that. So basically, that means the Descendant and Suma knew each other.
No. Where did you get that from?
I mean, you know, it'd be an interesting twist.
Uh-huh. It'd sure be a surprise. But that's not what I'm getting at. He said it like he was going to drop by on his way over, which means they likely lived close to each other.
Aha! Another twist!
What? Sorry, but you've lost me.
Anyway, it means we should target the areas that are most
populated by Ama divers.
So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of Ama divers.
That's right. We can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters.
It'd be nice if we'd at least learn the Descendant's name.
We might have a lead on that. Now give your research into the past of this place.
Oh, right. I believe the name was... Sorry, I forgot. Fuck. So what just happened? It's somewhere in here. Where's Taishima? It wasn't in the Taishima thing, so I'm not sure. No, she died because she's the curse. Ah, right. Tomikawa! That's what Tsushima's survivor was called. If there are any descendants, then it may still bear the same name.
That's right. It's another clue we can follow.
And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. Well then, perhaps it's about time I checked in with Cersei and see how things are going. So, Cersei, what's the situation?
Wanna give it a try?
Huh? Really? Will it still work if it's me?
I'd still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you'd like.
Color me intrigued. I'm in!
Alright, just like this. I'll hold the pendulum. Direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts.
Very well. Bring it on!
Pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point it in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout that you figured it out.
Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. True? Okay, that's a bit. Oh, that's a bit of a sway. It's going fast in a circular motion. What if? No, it has gone down to pretty much a standstill over here. Swaying a little bit more. Still not too terribly much. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, it's like it was right around here. It started going crazy. There! Right there!
Not quite. The reaction should be much stronger than that. Takes a little time for it to react, so if you move it around too fast, it might be hard to notice. We'll be searching this place high and low for information.
That's how it works. Got it. Okay, just hang on to it a little longer than I'll take the opportunity to hydrate then. Up or down? It's down. It doesn't go very far up. Maybe. No, it's still about the same, even when it's down here. Maybe a little worse, actually. Whoa! Whoa! Fuck it up, little guy! There! Right there!
You got it.
So that means it's somewhere up there?
Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go.
I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us.
Right. This is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor.
Got it. Hello? Anybody home?
Wow, you don't hesitate, huh?
We're here on behalf of Mystery Coma. No answer. Guess no one's home.
No, I can sense a presence.
Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box.
What is it? You two. Avi and Cersei, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box. Yes, that's right. Now, I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous I could hardly think straight.
Please, no need to be so tense, Miss Somakawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful.
Right. I'm so glad we got a chance to talk with her.
You may look calm on the surface, but I know she must be excited to peek inside a traditional Japanese home. Well, a wooden apartment like this is pretty old school. I can see why she'd be geeking out. She's more willing to meet us than I expected. Iron box proved more useful than I thought. Nice work, Cersei. I'll treat you to more onigiri senbei tonight. She's a descendant of the last Taishima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we've actually met her, it's more like she's extremely cautious. Type to never let her guard down. Can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. So the fact she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. Hardly see anyone wear traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock, to be honest. allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to be a descendant of Taishima.
Who's to say it's even true?
I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations.
I moved here here a couple years back.
Oh, why's that?
That's got nothing to do with the two of you.
Fair enough. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Miss Somakawa?
Why?
Apologies. I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants.
No, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough.
Oh? What do you mean by that?
No more than what I said.
So, do you live here by yourself, Miss Somakawa?
That's right. Where exactly did you come across the iron box?
I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly, it was left behind by the Onmyoji, who sealed away the curse of Taishima.
A map, you say?
It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Issei Bay. This is such a valuable artifact, deeply connected to Taishima's lost history. We felt we absolutely had to tell you about it, Miss Somakawa.
Oh yeah?
If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence?
I didn't know it was a box, but I'd been told something still remained of the island.
Makes sense.
Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside?
Oh yeah, well, there was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves.
A record?
Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately, Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe this story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree?
And that was all recorded in that box?
By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family?
Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, eh?
Alright, you got me there. It's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it is in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must sate my curiosity.
I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting the Tama Tobacco. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes. I'm not gonna share the family's legends of Taishima with just anyone.
Okay, so we fucked up a little. It's fine. Okay. Did you say Ikoma is after the Tamatebako?
Oh, so you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere no one will ever find it.
I see. Must be very precious to you then. Well, I'm relieved that iron box found its way to you then.
So, was there a curse stone inside the iron box?
Curse what?
Don't play dumb. There must have been one.
Well, so you already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside.
That's what I thought. And how about a trade? You two want the Tamatebako, don't you?
Oh? A trade? I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take a boat all of a sudden. I think the Tamatebako would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist! My apologies, I guess that's just the writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling.
You sure can talk.
Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length once I get started.
That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. See, though? Once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves. No talking, no irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming without a sound. And this is fine. Stop the boat.
Any birds on the boat? Nope, doesn't look like it. Will you tell me what you want to trade for a Tamatabako now?
You've got the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone with you, right?
Sure do. Have a good look, the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
Looks like the real deal, alright.
You want to trade the stone for the Tamatabako, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that ain't it?
You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Somikawa.
Oh. 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 You said you had a sister. Does that mean...
Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago.
I see. My condolences. There actually was another descendant.
You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me. It was my sister.
Your duty?
That's right. The duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, our generation would be the one that handled the 400th year since the disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important.
There was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years.
But I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all that responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her.
I see. So that's why her sister was the one who inherited that duty.
Before we discuss the trade, would you take the time to listen to my story?
Very well. I'm listening. This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the Curse of the Raging Waves?
I suppose they were connected, but lifting the curse would have been a step along the road. But it wasn't the goal.
Oh, really? What was it?
Well, it was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Issei Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of this Taishima bloodline.
Turn a mermaid? So it's true, there really was a mermaid stuck in Issei Bay, because she couldn't return to Ryugu.
That's right. Her name was Sobae.
Oh, she's come up in our research. She was real after all.
You'll see. My sister took the family duty. Seems like she actually met Sobae herself.
She got to meet the mermaid?
After leaving my hometown and making a living as an ama diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I'd left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret.
Regret? Why?
You know, ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids.
Understandable.
I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book had started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams, over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to become an ama diver in the first place. The true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it.
I see. Bitter irony. Couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth?
My sister took pity on me, and attempted to call her to meet me once in secret. My sister Mare even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobae was a cautious mermaid, who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never allowed even as much as a glimpse.
Quite the bitter outcome.
Mare and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. She never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even to a close relative like myself.
She's hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to her and the mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet.
Mare moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day she got married and changed her name to Mare Minakuchi. She seemed so happy.
She got married on Kamishima.
I was so jealous I couldn't think straight. I ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off.
Ah, the infamous Tamatabako, yes?
Yeah, the mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu. So our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so the years went by. Then 5 years ago, I heard that Mary died in an accident. That's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me.
Of course.
But by then, our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing. Not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. Given up. While I was digging around, that man in coma found out I was the descendant of Taishima. See, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tamatabako for a ridiculous price.
That brings us to the present, I suppose. Whoa! This is one of Cersei's abilities, the Shikigami. Yeah, I saw that out of the corner of my eye a few times, and I was like, wait a second. And I was like, right. Yeah. Someone's name is written on a piece of paper. She can make that paper fly towards that person. Great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Okay, fine. I did just go whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything.
Is something wrong?
Nah, it's nothing. Don't mind me.
There's something happened to Cersei.
I better read the note. Take a look.
Arnav Barnum. Ran into two suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful.
Seems like something happened on Cersei's end. I better stay alert just in case, but I don't think I'll mention this to Miss Somikawa. It'd only shake her up. Alright, yeah, that lines up. Boop! In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled? And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you?
That ain't it.
Dang.
I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobae appeared before me.
Oh, you finally got to meet her.
She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I'll be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I'll now ask you to return the Tamatabako.
Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Is that perhaps why the curse of the raging waves became active again? So what about the Tamatabako? Did you return it to the mermaid?
I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu.
You said what?
Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. That moment, pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids, there'd be no greater happiness than that. Sobae simply told me it wasn't possible, and that she'd forfeit the relic. And with that, she was gone.
Oh. The mermaid has already returned to Ryugu, then.
Ever since then, all I've felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. Nothing left. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant when I said it was all over.
Tame Tobacco still exists, doesn't it?
Sure does, but even with such a fancy name, in the end, it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty.
I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it.
Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. In the end, I never did figure out what that Tame Tobacco really was. Mermaid forfeited it just like that. Maybe it never had any meaning to begin with.
So, what do you want in return?
I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid.
Miss Somakawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the curse stone?
Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish.
No, listen, there's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster. Nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid.
I know. That's fine with me. The curse is the essence of the mermaid's power. I am ready to offer my life to her.
But
whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it.
Just hold on a minute, okay? This is just...
Tame Tobacco is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please. Please do this for me.
Yeah, the status... Oh. He's already gone. She come back up if I just wait long enough? Maybe? I don't know, man. I feel like we should just do it. Ah! Asuzu Somakawa, gotcha. Oof. Now, is there any way we can disprove that we killed her? Eh. I think it's like assisted suicide, yeah. After that, we managed to quietly retrieve the Tame Tobacco from beneath the floor at Miss Somakawa's house. All that was left to secure a dream of immortality was to obtain the mermaid flesh. Since Sobe had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes on the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. We had to act fast, otherwise, the coma or even the Paranormal Affairs Bureau's psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend the full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. That's why I heard news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I've been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Cersei heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice! There was simply no other way! Or at least, that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. Next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima, the island where Mare Somakawa, or rather, Mare Minakuchi, used to live. Oof. Rough. I'm curious, though. I do actually want to go back and see if there's something for waiting. I feel it's only fair. Only fair to do so. See. I gotta skip through everything. Gotcha. That's fine. This game has a really fast skip button, so it'll be like 3 minutes most. Whoop. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed it. I missed a kick. I guess I do need the note. There's nowhere to be seen. Of course, she is an armor diver after all. She had to call for help? Would she even accept it? Nope, not putting my hand on this curse. Look at the boat. Boat. Thanks, Kiki. What's her diver level? You know, I don't think I checked. Not 5. I'm skimming for numbers. I didn't see a number. But probably somewhere high up. Ugh. I'll give it another minute. But yeah, I'm starting to think maybe there isn't. Well, it was worth checking. This one's for keepers. Ugh. Get me out of here. Oof. Well, productive session. I miss Yumeko a lot, but I'm sure we'll get more with her later. One more? I feel like if we start one more, it's gonna be a big one, though. And Nah, come on. I mean, I am gonna have to take a break from this game until Monday, so I guess we can do one more. Avi and Cersei finally arrive on Kamishima, on the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. Finally, after our long, arduous journey, we have arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, you alright? You don't look so good.
You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger?
Can't you dispel curses?
Minor ones, sure, but this is on a whole other level.
See. Might be best we don't stay here too long then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. If you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure you tell me, okay?
Got it. I'll do my best.
Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I like to ask around and see if anyone knew Mare Minakuchi as well.
I'd like to see if anyone knew Mari Minakuchi as well.
That's the plan. Let's move. Well, there you go, chat. We got the one. It's like fully sepia as well. That's just Lamau. I think it's good to keep this one for next time, though. It seems like, you know, it's right after the revival. It's gonna be a heavy one. So, you know. Yeah, we're gonna get going for now. That one will be long, yeah. But yeah, no. Ooh. Fuck. Game good. I have Mario Party tomorrow, but I will be back on Monday, Tuesday, and maybe Thursday. Depends on how long this game is. With more of this, so, you know. I'll see you then. Thanks for stopping by. This was a lot of fun. I'm gonna get going now, though. Bye.